in his range on his board. Dylan's also going to have some ace-x himself. Jack 10, Queen Jack. Not so much 6-7 suit and stuff like that. I expect maybe if he's going to VPip that, he goes for a free bet pre-flop, but you never know. Could be in there. 5 on the turn, not much use in most situations. Not very relevant to either player. Steven is going to have an ace a lot when he c-bets as well. I think a lot of his other pairs are going to just check, and a lot of his kind of king highs, queen highs are probably going to check as well, because all of them have equity of some kind. It's not like he's opening queen 7, so he always has at least a gut shot. Or like king high is pretty good. King high with backdoor flush draw. Only king queen of hearts doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, so everything else has at least a backdoor flush draw or a gut shot. I think he probably checks those a lot, so it's going to be a lot of ace-x when he bets the flop. It's going to be probably quite unbalanced. Check on the turn also just makes sense to have ace-x. So I think that's probably what we're going to see most of here. But I think Dylan's going to end up folding the river. Having a jack is not very good because we block some bluffs potentially that might play this way. Some queen jacks and jack 10s. Just trying to get like a 9 or an 8 to fold, or some kind of sticky pocket pair, maybe pocket 10, something like that makes a bad bluff catcher. But kind of thin, not very many bluffs here, just a good solid board for the opener, so this sizing as well is just so unlikely to be a bluff. Nobody's really using these tiny sizes to target capped ranges. I think they just use big sizes, so yeah, I don't expect this to be a bluff. Dylan may be thinking about turning his hand into a bluff, but it doesn't really make very much sense. There's just nothing strong that we want to play this way. There's no reason for us to check back a set on the turn. We'd be repping like ace-9 or something, ace-9 suited, but there's just not very many combos of that, especially if Steven has an ace himself. So it doesn't really make any sense to go for a bluff here. We don't really have any 2 pairs. The king doesn't improve us that much. It improves Steven more than it improves us, I think. We're not going to have very many 2 pairs. Cut out a chunk, 1.8 mil by the looks of it, but seems hesitant. Does pull the trigger. Quite like that little posture. Probably fools me into thinking that I'm behind. Not something I would assume that somebody was bluffing to do. These sunglasses. I wonder if they were a bet. Maybe not. No offense. They are funny though. Not repping very much there, but sometimes that's enough to make people fold because they just think that you're not really repping anything, so why would it be a bluff? Like, who would bluff in that spot? It doesn't really make any sense to have a jack 10 that like called the flop and then check that turn, then raise the river on a king. It's just... But Steven never really has ace king there because obviously his sizing was pretty small. I mean, he might try and induce ace king for that size, but it seems unlikely, blocking so much stuff. It's just, like I said, I don't think people are really bluffing that much versus the block, so trying to induce doesn't make very much sense. Maybe had some king-queen type hand would also make sense. I'd struggle to fold like ace-jack to that size on the river, so... Maybe he did fold, maybe he just wasn't a complete believer, which would be reasonable. Sandor coming in with the 700k, 3.5x on the small blind with the 8 high. Traditionally would be a limp, this kind of combo, but Sandor not one to play by the book generally from every hand I've seen him play. He likes to go his own way, which is very entertaining to watch. Hour-long levels in this as well on day 3. I think day 2's... There's like 30 minutes on day 1, then 45 day 2, and 1 hour on day 3, which is pretty unbelievable structure for 170 euros. Like, this is one of the best tournaments. This is probably the best 170 currency buy-in tournament in the world, I would say. Having played a lot of tournaments everywhere in the world, this is one of the best tournaments around. King 7-0, going to be a fold. Nothing for nobody so far in this hand. 4 deuce off for Martin in the small blind as well. Probably just going to give a walk with this one, I think. Although he does cover the big blind quite substantially. I can't see how many chips the big blind has. Does go for the open. 3 and a bit X, gets the fold from the queen, suited queen, which I think we would want to peel that one in position. Those suited hands with a Broadway card are pretty strong, especially in position. You have a lot of options on flops. You're very rarely facing a big bet. You're often facing like a very small bet or a check. You're going to have backdoor flush draw a lot of the time. You can flop a lot of like just solid pairs with the queen. Even the 3 makes a pretty good pair, like a 3 with a backdoor flush draw in position without an ace on the board is going to be pretty good. Even with an ace on the board, it's not that bad. You're going to flop a lot of gut shots on the like ace deuce 4, ace deuce 5 kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be folding that one, a little bit on the snug side. Five two suited. Old. Dylan with the queen 3 off. Gonna be a fold. Sandor sitting out. Classic. Probably, I think I've seen that on every single final table he's been on now. Sitting out for some portion. There was a guy on the GUKPT, which is a tour in England. There was a guy on the final table, or not on the final table, on the feature table of one of those main events. It's like a 1.1k, and it was quite deep actually. I think it was day 2 or even day 3, and he went out for literally 5 minutes, and his cards got put on the reader, and he had aces. So it can happen to anyone at any time. Poker's cruel, cruel mistress. 9-7 off in the small blind, completing. Stephen checking back another mystery hand in the big blind, but pretty good flop for 9-7-0. Especially with that 7 of clubs back up, you got backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, top pair. What more could you want? Very capped range in the big blind as well, because it's not really going to be checking anything back. Although a check back with aces would be really nice, but probably not happening. David just opting to go for some value straight up, which I think is good. Want to protect against overcards. Big blind can have a lot of random like king x, queen x, jack x, 10x type stuff, so protecting against those, getting some value from worse hands is obviously never going to fold a pair, you're never going to fold any kind of draw, so you get a lot of value on the flop. Really good turn for us. Obviously, big blind has a very wide range, so you can still have a lot of flushes and a lot of straights, so it's not like unbelievably good, but for our actual hand, it's pretty good. We've got a good blocker to some value. He's unlikely to have, like if he has a flush, it's more likely to be like a middling flush than any 2-card high flush, obviously, because a lot of those would raise pre, so. He can have Queen Jack off still, probably would check that back. He can obviously have 6-7, can have Jack 7, can have flushes, can have 2 pairs, pretty much every single 2 pair. Don't think he would raise any of them pre. Can't really have sets. Maybe pocket 4s. But it doesn't matter because we've got top pair on an open-ended straight flush draw. So, cool. Giving off some not very strong body language. 10 is a good river. Check, check. 9-7 wins. Check, check. 9-7 somehow doesn't win. Check, check. A flush. In a limped pot, blind versus blind. That. Ooh, maybe he did fold an ace before, you know. That's really tight, jet back. Like, really, really tight. The small blind has so few full houses there because he never has really any of the pair ones. He's going to raise all those pre-flop. So he never has 8s, 9s, or 10s. Probably going to fold 10-4 off, 9-4 off, 8-4. What was it, the paired on the river? 10. So 10-4 he's probably going to fold. He can have 10-9 and 10-8. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all we lose to. I don't think he has a flush. Don't think check calling the turn is like so one pair and a flush draw heavy. That is a mandatory value bet on the river. The 3-2 suited. That's way too tight. Especially when you're one of the short stacks, like you really want to make your way up the ladder and just give yourself a good shot at making the higher played places, obviously. So pressure got to him, perhaps. But yeah, very, very tight. I'd be like absolutely loving life when it goes check on the river there, thinking 9-7's the absolute nuts. What can you do? Nice playable hand for Dylan. Under the gun +1 and 10-9 suited. Makes it 500. Min raise now. Blind's just gone up, so 250k a big blind now. Makes it 500. Goes around to Matus. The 5-4 suited in the cutoff. Probably just going to want to fold this one versus chip leader, I think. Not. We're pretty deep actually, right? 250k big blind, like 70 bigs deep. Don't think it would be a horrible, horrible peel, but there's a few short stacks behind that can shove, so I don't like it. So yeah, it does make the fold. 6-5 suited getting folded as well. On the button. How deep were we? Didn't win the last hand. 4.4 million. So yeah, would fold that 5-6 suited as well. That's that depth, not deep enough. Gets it through. 10-8 off in the big blind. I would peel that one as well. I think that's a bit tight to fold. It's a good, solid, connected hand. I know obviously we're dominated there in like one of the worst ways possible as well when we've got the 8 of hearts, but we don't know that, and we're getting a really good price versus the min raise. Like, you don't have to go broke every time you flop a pair, but you can flop really good hands with that type of holding. No action. Many pairs of sunglasses. Maybe it's very bright in there. What are we on? 4? 4 pairs? Ace 10 suited for our short stack Adonis under the gun. He's all in for 9 big blinds. Ace Queen suited for Matus. He's going to want to call this one for sure. Absolutely crushing the under the gun first in range for 9 big blinds. I think people even take this spot too wide because they're worried about being in the big blind next hand. So they take too many like weak ace X and stuff. We just crush so much of his range. He has ace king, whatever. Like if he has a better hand than ace queen suited, literally whatever. This is a call all day long. No need to shove because there's like, if there's significant action behind, we can just fold or call depending on, you know, what happens and how many chips it is, but mostly fold. But yeah, that's just cool, which is good. On their backs, please, gentlemen. And Adonis going to need to spike a lucky 10 ball or some hearts if he's going to stay alive, otherwise we'll be down to 7. Queen high flop with 1 heart. Very, very solid flop for Matusz. Just going to need to fade the heart on turn. There's some opportunities to chop, I think. Yeah, 4 deuce. But there are a lot of very, very good turns for Matusz. A lot of drawing deads. 7 of clubs. King of Hearts definitely not drawing dead. God, this game gives you a heart attack every single time you watch. Even watching the hand elevates my stress levels. Brick on the river though. Would have liked that 5 of spades on the turn, I'm sure, but it's what it is. Adonis does not get there. He is our 8th place finisher. Not bad. Our over 2,000 runners. Not bad at all. Frustrating, but financially not too terrible. What do we get? Those in the thing. My info sheet. Those in my sheet. Where'd it go? The mega master sheet with all of the information on there. We're getting more organised, guys. It's happening. What did he get? 4,635 euros. For 170 euros, not bad. Not bad. Not 55,000 euros. But not bad. Top 5 getting 5 figures in a 170 euro tournament. By the way, did I tell you the buy-in's 170 euros? Madness. East enough under the gun. Easy, easy open, especially off this stack depth. Being one of the trip leaders now. Seven-handed, it's just strong enough anyway. Pretty much any stack depth. Jack 10 suited in the cutoff. Playing 44 bigs as well, so deep enough to call, but just elects to stay on the nittier side and fold. Dominated as well. Soul read. I'd be definitely V-pipping Jack 10 suited there. Ace Queen suited on the button. Very nice. 40 bigs deep. Yeah, I think PL is the play. We don't want to be facing a 4-bet jam, so 3-betting can certainly make life difficult, and this hand is good enough to go your way against a big blind. You want to keep in the stuff that you dominate from the opener as well. He's going to be opening a lot of like ace x and queen x and stuff, even just worse clubs. So yeah, king queen off in a small blind, good solid fold. Tempted to go for a squeeze there, but probably rightly decides that both these ranges are a little bit strong. When players are kind of more on the recreational side, you've got to assume that their ranges are probably going to be a bit tighter than it should be. But they also fold more to free bets, so I definitely wouldn't hate a squeeze there. Queen high flop, very nice indeed. Goes for the 1/3 pot, nice sizing. Backdoor flush draw as well. Wouldn't mind a check on this board. I think the imposition is going to stab too much, like 7/7, 8/8, 9/9 type stuff. We can just check call or check raise. I don't think check raising achieves very much, but I think they're going to have too many stabs as well with like the Jack 10, 10/9 suited type stuff, maybe some King Jacks. So I wouldn't hate. We don't really need any protection either. Wouldn't hate a check call, but I think betting is also completely fine. Ah, sorry, wrong way around, right? Opener has ace 10. Yeah, I don't think I would see bet ace 10 on this texture. Not enough actual real equity, and that you're not making it very difficult for imposition regardless. Like his range is already going to be quite tight. The button call range pre-flop's going to be quite tight. It's just going to be pocket pairs and broadways, suited broadways mostly, and some suited ace-x, so none of those have a hard time continuing the flop, and then you leave yourself in a really difficult situation on so many turns, because ace-high is just going to be the best hand some of the time, and a lot of turns like this kind of one are going to be good for you, but check calling isn't really an option. Betting doesn't make very much sense when you've strengthened imposition's range, so I would go for a check with the ace-10. I was thinking we had ace-queen. So ace-queen calls flop, seems fine. Could also raise. Check on the turn. Bit tight from the ace-queen. I think we have more than good enough hand to get value. On the turn, enough pocket pairs and worse queen x in the under the gun range. So I would definitely like to have gone for value on the turn. We don't have very many like hands that are going to be a bluff on the river. 7/8 suited. Are we even peeling that pre-flop? Maybe. Maybe not. It's a very small part of the overall range if we are peeling it, so I don't think we're going to get very much like looked up very light by just because we check back the turn. I think they're just going to assume that we check back a pretty good hand and they went for value on the river, which is what it looks like. So yeah, would have definitely played both those hands differently. But we scoop a nice pot with the ace-queen suited. Started the hand with about 40 big blinds, so added a few big blinds to the pot, probably up to around 50 there, to the stack, sorry. What a great beard. Very well groomed. You get to realise equity so often with the ace-10 as well when you check flop, because people are worried about getting check raised on those kind of boards that aren't super connected, where they don't have very many strong hands other than like 2 sets, because he's going to 3 bet queens pre, right? So 5s and 6s really the only sets, and 5/6 suited should be getting folded pre-flop, so they don't bet that much, I don't think. So all of their kind of offsuit hands, they might stab. I mean, people are kind of learning that they should be stabbing those kind of hands, but it's really difficult to know unless you see people doing it. You might stab too many. You might stab still a lot of those pocket pairs, but I think maybe people are worried about getting check raised. both flopping a pair here in the battle of the blinds. Sandor with bottom pair, Matthews with second pair. Sandor just coming out swinging, bets pot, gets the fold. Again, like that, very on the tight side as well to just fold a 6 there. Yeah, against somebody who like just splashes around and bets quite big a lot of the time anyway. You can't just assume, you can't just go around folding second pair when you've got position and chip lead against a splashy player. Absolutely no way. Everyone's feeling particularly nitty at this final table so far. I guess that's to be expected. These massive number of buy-ins, over 300 times your buy-in for first place, like you probably expect people to be a little on the cautious side, I suppose. Deuces on the button for Sandor. Only got 22 bigs. Not that he cares, but just an observation. He's only got 22 bigs. Goes for the 3.5x. Doesn't run into it. Gonna get it through. Nicely done. Shows the deuce. Shows the deuce. Never bluffing. Not me, never bluffing. Wait, the heater. He's been on. At this, specifically at this casino. Seems to do that. People. Few lucky people picked out, and then they win all the tournaments. Let's get the Hender mob up. Sandor. 85k he's racked up. Oh, it was this tournament. He got second in this tournament earlier in this year. The same, like another special edition one, 250k guaranteed. He got second for 23,000 euros. That must be the one that I came 12th in. And then he got first in the Benelux Masters a couple of weeks ago. That was one I was commentating on as well, so that was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. That was a €110 buy-in and he got 21,000 euros or something crazy. So 2 massive scores in these huge field tournaments as well, and now lined up for a third one. Crazy. We got a bit of action though. Button open, small blind, all in. 16 big blinds. Big blind, ace jack suited. What a gross spot. I think we should assume that the button's wide enough that we don't have to worry about it too much, especially when we've got an ace in our hand. His range for like overcalling 2 jams is going to be so insanely tight that we kind of have to we don't have to worry about it too much. So it's just a question of what hands is the small blind taking against the button open. Is he a type of guy that's going to take ace-3 suited, or is he not that type of guy? Is he the type of guy that's going to shove deuces, or is he not that type of guy? Is he maybe shoving the odd, like, king-10 suited, or is he not that kind of guy, you know? We got to know We got to know a bit of information. Against some people this is like an easy fold, and against some people it's an easy call. Against no information it's really grim, but I think that there's too many hands that we are crashing and ahead of to fold. It is super gross actually, because there's also there's no shorter stacks. There's no shorter stacks. I think these two guys are the shortest two stacks. Probably a good fold. Probably a good fold. Not sure. Really not 100% sure about that one at all. Probably is just a fold. Ace Queen definitely not going to be folding. And Ace Queen's like an easy not fold, so that must mean Ace Jack suited is maybe even a call. I really don't know. Gonna have to find out. Ask around. But I did dodge a bullet anyway. Big time. Ace Queen off for Dylan now. Nice one to open, obviously. No resistance so far. Ace 5 off in the big blind, letting it go as well. Another pretty tight fold out of the big blind. It's like, you can just have the best hand. Especially against the chip leader. Ace high flop's really good, like really strong. You're going to get bluffed into a lot on that kind of board. You can flop straights, you can flop strong gut shots, that's very tight. Probably would go for your open there. You're the effective chip leader after Dylan folds. Queen 8's just a pretty good playable hand. You got an easy fold versus the jam. Pretty playable hand against big blind defend. Just want to be opening a lot when you're one of the chip leaders and you've got a lot of middle stacks to your left and it's kind of relatively late position. Even with the Queen Jack suited on the button, gets to open instead. Pulling out the old Queen 7 suited 3-bet, why not? Have a bit of that. This 5 suited in the big blind, so tempting to just go all in with this hand. When you look at it, you look at this hand, you see button open, small blind 3-bet, ace 5 suited. I would show restraint at the final table, but catch me in chip EV and we're probably all in. The ace 5 suited. Gets it through. Queen Jack suited. We bet 1.7 million after we opened to 550. Ay, that is, again, like, just on the tight side, this is a really, really strong hand for these positions, and you can just flop so much equity, you retain so much equity on so many boards. It's ace-king a lot, and it's going to be, like, hands that don't have you crushed a lot. There's going to be less ace-jack in there and ace-queen, because they don't necessarily want to 3-bet call off 35 or 40, how many big blinds is it? Maybe he has ace queen then for that many big blinds. 24, but we had 26 at the start of the hand. Kind of sucks with ace jack, so queen jack suited, very, very strong hand with a lot of equity, and I would not be folding that one just to a free bet. Those positions, like, sure, if you open under the gun and you get free bet and you're out of position, I get it, but like, we're in position as well, and we just have to defend some of our range versus free bets, and that is towards the top. Because you obviously, like, you can peel aces, but I think a lot of players just shove. Aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, they get shoved versus a free bet. Ace, king, ace, queen gets shoved versus a free bet. So if you're not calling hands as good as queen, jack suited, then you just have like shove or fold versus a free bet, which means that people are just going to 3-bet you all the time because your range for opening in the first place is so wide, or pretty wide, that if you just either fold or go all in every time you get 3-bet, then they're obviously printing by 3-betting you because you don't have a good enough hand enough for the time to go all in. So you have to defend hands. You can't just lie down. King queen off, open it up for Matus. Dylan in the big blind with the king jack. Makes a defend. King high flop. 2 chip leaders. Interesting stuff. Although so far things have been a little on the tighter side, so we may see some missed value. That seems to be the theme in these kind of games. Check, a bet call. So far so good. Very, very good king high flop when you're the opener as well. Like, there are obviously some worse king highs where a lot of turns are going to be really bad, but king 5 deuce deuce is about as good as king high boards get. The deuce is like amazing as well because obviously the big blind's not going to be having very much deuce x at all, especially when we have a king. Oh, we don't block any king 2 suited with our king though. If we had like the king of hearts or spade, hearts or diamonds, then we'd have a better one, but doesn't matter too much. We're not very worried about it. But yeah, go check on the turn. I think we've just missed value there with the king queen. There's just so many worse hands that we can get value from, that we want to go for free streets on a board like this. And it just goes check, bet, call, and Dylan's got off really lightly there. And if I were Dylan, I would be value betting the river too. So after it goes check on the turn, I think there's a lot of like the weaker kings. Obviously, you can check back like king 8 suited or king 9 or something where the big blind can potentially have better, but the big blind never has ace king, and that's it basically. Like ace king pocket 5s. Okay. So yeah, definitely missing value there. We could just go for free streets and probably get called all free streets with the king queen and win a massive pot off the chip leader. Take position, take the chip lead off him there potentially in that hand. You can't be too cagey, because you can't be too cagey at final tables, especially when there's a lot of money up top, because one or two spots where you could potentially take a massive chunk out of somebody who has a lot of chips and is a good player. If you miss too many of those spots, you're basically giving the tournament away, because if you take those spots correctly and you win the amount of chips you're supposed to at the final table, then you have a like commanding hold over the tournament. Whereas if you miss them, you're just like keeping the door open for everybody else to sneak in and win a lot of money when they shouldn't be. You gotta you gotta punish people, play good poker and aggressive poker, and you have to get value. It's the most important time to get value, because each of those chips is worth a lot of money. So the more chips somebody puts in the pot when you probably have the best hand, the better. It's real money at this point, like real juicy money. Handle with the Queen 8 suited in the big blind. Calls versus the min raise. Bet 10 off open under the gun. It's a little bit wide, but nobody's really being very aggressive, so I don't hate it. But the hand is a bit weak. You kind of want to have like some good blocker, ace or a king, really. Nine six deuce, two clubs, nothing for either player, but c-bet gets it done. Makes sense. Ace jack off in the cut off. We're going to be opening. Nine five off in the big blind. Big blind versus cut off. 45 bigs. 9-5 off. I think we can just fold this one. Don't hate appeal, but it's a bit weak. A bit weak. Not really connected. 9-6, just cool. Great board for the ace jack. Absolutely loving it. Check. Bet 500. Fold. Queen 9 suited. That's low. In the small, ooh, +1, okay, we go for the open. Yeah, 5-2-5, nice. Nice. Ace king all in, gets it done. Nice pickup for the short stack there. Adding like 20% to his stack, so yeah, you don't mind getting those through. King 10 sweeted under the gun +1, playing about 50 big blinds. It's going to be an easy open, this one. Sandor all in the cut-off for unknown reasons versus the open with ace deuce offsuit. Very, very, very wide and unnecessary, but potentially going to work this time. Depends, because David is cutting out chips in the small blind, having a little count, so potentially has some kind of decision. We can't see, obviously, cards not on the reader, so we don't know. Ooh, that's an all-in, so we definitely found some kind of top few percent hand here. Sandor, like, what have I done? Ace deuce off. Looks like aces. Ace king suited. Okay, very nice, very nice. Yeah, we've absolutely dusted it here. Four, 4-3. Flop 2 clubs. Sandor does hold on to a little bit of equity. Still got 30%. Picked up the gut shot. Deuce still good. Backdoor clubs. So not the ideal flop for the ace king of hearts, but a heart on a turn would be a cool one. 9 of hearts shifts it much further back in David's favour. David just got to fade the deuce, the clubs, sorry, the deuce or the 5. Does manage to fade it. I think Sandor is covered as well, so he is going to be our 7th place finisher. After that very unnecessary play, you kind of get, you know, you can't just get away with it every single time. Stuff like that is going to come back to bite you eventually. He's eliminated in 7th place, €6,545. Still not another score for the man. Just keeps smashing out those final table appearances, so he'll be back next week. Have another go. Just checking to make sure they get the pot right. But if he has been eliminated, we'll be down to 6. Everybody locked up €9,085 now. And then next player out after that's going to get €12,265. So knocking on the door of a 5-figure score already. Very nice, very nice. Is eliminated, goes round and does a bit of a handshake. Classy, very classy, well done sir. Good game. There we go, your final 6. Short stack with 22 bigs now, so we've got a bit of room, bit of wiggle room. Not super sure. 82 big blinds for the chip leader, Darryl. Matters pretty close behind him there with 74 bigs as well. A couple of medium stacks, a few medium stacks, 50 bigs. Just really nice and deep. Nice, really good tournament. Said it already. We'll probably say it several more times. Jack 10 off under the gun. Six-handed now, so we're in the low jack. I think as a middle stack it's fine. 50 big blinds, wouldn't hate an open there. It's not been a particularly 3-betty experience so far, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. I think most people are playing pretty straightforward at the moment. Ace Queen, putting the 3-bet in out of the big blind versus the button. Love this. Really gross versus a jam, but happens so infrequently that you have to assume it's going to be pretty much entirely value. I don't think we're ever just getting light jammed on, so whatever. Ace Queen just becomes a 3-bet fold, is what it is, but yeah, so unlikely. Gets it through. Nice little chip up. I think these guys are just telling each other exactly what they had every hand. As soon as they fold, it's like, so what do you have? Anything good? King Queen off in the hijack. Going to be opening this one all day long. Okay, so we've got the graphics fixed now. It was an open under the gun from Dylan to 600k, and then Matthews with the 3-bet in the hijack to 1.4 million with the King Queen off. Martin in the big blind, gonna let the ace 8 off go. 3-bet's a little on the small sides, but I don't hate it. Jack 7-5, 2 diamonds. We've got the King of Diamonds. Not the worst flop ever. Not much. 7x or 5x in the under the gun range. We block some of the Jack X with the Queen of Spades, but the King of Diamonds is not super relevant other than giving us a bit of equity. But there's going to be a lot of like Ace Queen of Clubs and stuff in the opening range that's going to have to fold now. But we don't block any of the. We don't block too many flush draws. The King of Diamonds is good, but we are only blocking King Queen of Diamonds. I think King 10 of Diamonds maybe does continue against this small size actually, so maybe a little bit more relevant than I thought. Gets it done. We got a little bit of a pot brewing. It's a bit confusing that the under the gun is in the middle. Like the action on the side, it goes in the middle and then bottom and then top. It's a little bit all over the place. It's making it kind of hard to follow, but under the gun open, ace 10 suited, queen 9 suited, calling the cutoff, off 20 bigs. Bit wide, I think, in ICM scenario. It's just going to be a little bit on the wide side. We want like queen 10 suited. We can call on the button, sure, but this hand not quite strong enough. You leave yourself susceptible to being squeezed too, with no relevant blocker. King, queen, 4 rainbow, ace 10 suited with the gut shot on the backdoor flush draw and the overcard. Queen 9 with the middle pair and backdoor flush draw, so I think both hands going to be continuing here. Jack of spades. Dealer, I'm thinking of a card. I want on the turn. Could it be the Jack of spades? Go on then, don't mind. Don't mind if I do. Let's go check on the turn. Now, I think there's no reason to stop betting as you're the ace of 10. If you're the ace 10 of spades player, there's not really very much reason to stop betting because the Jack... There's not very much that calls the flop and then folds the turn when it's a Jack, because most of the hands that call pre are going to be like King Jack, King 10, Queen 10, King Jack, did I say that? Queen Jack. All the 2 pairs, and then pairs with straight draws, basically. And then some, like, Ace Queens, Ace Jacks, and I think all of them are going to continue to turn in position versus a bet. So we end up just missing value again, allowing, like, King Highs and stuff to check back. Goes for the value bet on the river with the newly made flush, and does get snap called, which also doesn't really make any sense. No relevant blockers. There's absolutely no reason why under the gun can't have loads of strong hands. So yeah, I think a bit of a misstep there with the Queen 9 suited. Just starting with pre-flop, we got an easy fold, and another spot where Ace 10's like well, this player in particular, Mateusz, has potentially missed value in a couple of spots now, and he could have a real like stranglehold over this final table, but he's left a fair bit of money on the table so far. Pocket 8s for David under the gun. He's going to be opening. Made some nice progress so far at this final table. He has. I think he came in with about 5 or 6 million, up to like 11 million now after that Ace King suited hand against Sandor. Our man with the Queen 9 suited, definitely doing some soul searching right now, potentially thinking back through that hand. The river call is very, very optimistic indeed. I have to say, like, there just are so few bluffs. We're really, really reaching, especially when we've got a 9 in our hand. One of his best bluffs would be Ace 9, so not loving that one. Ace 9 and 9-9, like those are the hands you would bluff because you'd try and get something like Jack 10 to fold. What was the board? King, Queen, Jack. You try and get something like Jack 10 to Queen 10 to fold on the river that can call twice or call once and then fold. 8s versus 9s. Queen high flop. Both players with a club. Could see a little bit of action here. Check. And a small bet in position, definitely going to be a continue for the pocket eights. There's going to be a break after this hand, 15 minutes or 20 minutes perhaps. And David does find the check call with the pocket eights. So far so good from both guys. Laszlo looking very suspicious through narrowed eyes. This turn likely to go check, I think. Could potentially squeeze one more street of value from your nines because we went so small on the flop. There are enough hands like ace 5, ace 4, ace 2 suited, and 8, 7, 6s that are going to call again. And that are still in there on the flop. And a lot of queen x is going to bet itself on the flop. Sets potentially going to check raise. There's going to be some flush draws in the range as well. So 9s potentially add another value bet on the turn, but it's very like trivial. I think checking is completely fine. 4 on the river doesn't change anything. David I think could go for a small block, trying to get paid by like 6s, 7s, but it's pretty thin. So I'm probably just electing to check fold personally. I don't think a flush draw is going to play this way very often. I think those get checked on the flop quite a lot multi-way. So yeah, I probably would go for like a check fold or check call if it's really small on the river with the pocket eights, but just goes for the bet and gets snapped off by Laszlo. We're on a break now, so we'll be back shortly.
To jedno, ale tu budem dávat načítavať, hej? Môžem aj sedieť tu pekne a tu si akože, tu nechám načítať.
Hej, 25 nie sú už
keď si ich načítam na tejto čítačke, počas ich môžem mať aj tu, hej?
I have a cat. 14 kilograms.
Oh my god, that's not a cat, that's a tiger.
Serious? Yeah, 14 kilograms.
Okay guys, I wish you the best of luck. Like 100, 300,
No,
and 300, big one and
no
big
fat,
one.
no.
Stop, please stop, at least stop big one after your card.
You play in Miskolc, in Tropicana or Budapest, in Duna Plaza sometimes, or yes? I think I've seen you. Once or twice, yeah. We went a few times during COVID, Tropicana and Duna Plaza, yeah.
And we're back. Straight back into the action. Stephen with 7 deuce. Folds round to the small blind. Matthias has the Jack 3 suited. Expect he's going to be calling this one. Playing about 40 big blinds, effective now with the big blind. These suited hands just play pretty well as a limp. Goes for a raise. I think it's okay, but you're going to get continued by a lot of hands that have you crushed, both with 2 clubs and better Jack X. All suited, better suited Jack X should continue. And a lot of offsuit, like Jack 8 plus, Jack 7 probably going to continue. So prefer to just limp, and then you don't get blown off your equity so much. Like, this is the danger of raising these types of hands, is that they make pretty good limp calls even, because they have quite a lot of equity and you don't want to put too many big blinds in pre-flop, but when you open you just have to fold versus a free bet. And play a bloated plot out of position with a hand that makes second pair or third pair a lot of the time. David with the ace queen off in the big blind. Nice 3-bet size, just goes for 3x. Pretty trivial fold with jack 3 now. Seven guys left. 55,000 euros. I've already locked up 9,000 at the moment. What a juicy tournament. Six four suited for Dylan. Could definitely open this one. I would be in. Darsky with the open. 600. Stephen not... We don't get to see his cards or the guy in seat 2. They always don't seem to show up very well on the card reader, but never mind. Even with a short stack, it's got just 7 big blinds back in his stack. Relax to just call. So it's probably going to be a kind of middly part of the range. A lot of stuff's obviously going to get folded. Going to be a lot of kind of suited hands in there. A lot of just connected stuff, 10-9 off, 8-9 off, that type of stuff. Just trying to flop a pair or some overs or a draw or something. Pretty good flop for like a defend range, not bad at all. It's going to have flush draw a lot. It's going to have 7, queen, decent amount of both. Don't think he's going to want to have very many hands that bet small on the turn. SPR's just over 1, so it's probably going to be mostly shove or check, I would guess. Pick up a gut shot on the turn with a 6-4, unblocking both draws, both flush draws. But I think we just want to probably realise equity there with that hand. We can still like credibly bluff the river, have value. Like we can still credibly have value, check twice and stab the river, and get a bunch of stuff to fold. But I don't hate the bet at all, and does get it through. As you'd well, not as you'd expect. We don't know what he had, and we'll never know. Queen 10 off, under the gun. 6-handed now, right? King Queen suited for Dylan. Nice, very nice hand to open. Ace-5 suited for Laszlo in the big blind makes the defend. All seems pretty reasonable. Jack 9-4 with one heart, so 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor flush draw for Dylan's pretty solid flop. Big blind's going to connect with this range with this board a decent amount. It's going to have a lot of straight draws, a lot of Jack X, 9X, even some 4X. So it's a relatively neutral board, but Dylan has the advantage having like those Ace Jacks, Pocket 9s, a bit more of those, Aces, Kings, Queens, all of those that Big Blind doesn't have. But then the Big Blind can have more like Jack 4 suited, Jack 9 offsuit, that type of stuff. So yeah, quite neutral. Thinks about it for a minute with the backdoor flush draw on the overcard, but Dylan takes that one down, adds to his chip lead. Kings now for Dylan. We can have a few nice hands to go along with the chip lead. And got the button first hand. Unreal. Ace Queen suited. In the big blind. Guaranteed to be heads up, so it's slightly less incentive to free bet pre-flop, but also really good hand incentive to free bet pre-flop. It's a tough one because it's a really gross spot. Free bet folding this hand should you face a jam. So you do put yourself in a really tough spot because there can be hands like Pocket Jacks in the jam range, but you might think that those don't jam versus a big blind free bet. So again, like you can end up making a tight fold, but then the problem is that you have like decent equity. You can see he's got almost 30% equity against a pair of kings or even queens, and really good equity against a hand like jacks, even 30% against ace kings. So it's tough to free bet fold a hand like this. So I personally would just defend this hand and then have like a really nice hand to defend on some boards that we're kind of naturally not able to defend as much on. Like a lot of ace high boards, ace king x, ace queen x, we struggle to defend because we have such a weak range overall. So sometimes it's just beneficial to have good hands in there. See what Dylan decides to do. Looks like he's going for a not all in 4-bet, which is just going to look insanely strong. Or maybe he's just going for the shove, I'm not sure. Can't really see how much that is. 8 million. Yeah, it's pretty much all in. Makes a nice fold. It's a shame. This is such a shame to just 3-bet fold this hand. This is like the nut hand to just see a flop with. Get value from loads of worse ace x hands on ace high boards. Can continue almost every single board, apart from like free spades or whatever. So yeah, I think a slight misplay there, and you cost yourself quite a lot of money. Like if it was going to come like ace high or whatever, or you can make a flush against kings, you can potentially lose out on a lot of money there. Obviously, it can come queen high and you can get stacked or whatever, but both things are true. And if you don't go wild every time you make a pair, could be okay. Marcin now picks up the exact same. Ace Queen of Hearts. Opens up under the gun. Seven eight off in the big blind for Dylan. He decides to just fold, being almost kind of 70-80 big blinds deep, which I think is fine, but if on the tight side again. But those kind of hands don't play super well at that kind of stat depth. They play a bit better when it's like 40 bigs or 30 bigs or whatever, when the threshold to stack off is a bit lower post flop. Ace 9 off for Laszlo, opens it up in the cutoff. So far so good. No resistance. Marcin, no. Finds pocket 8s in the big blind. No reason to 3-bet this one. Too deep to want to 3-bet call or 3-bet fold, so just to defend makes sense. Again, like, it's good to have some strong hands in your defense, be able to flop some sets and some strong top pairs and stuff like that. With these ace queen suited, pocket 8s type hands. A 5-3 deuce, 2 spades, pretty interesting board. 2 overs and the backdoor nut flush draw for Laszlo, but he likes to just check this one back quickly twice. I think we could definitely bet the flop all the turn, or the river, but we elected to not bet any of them and just take our one to showdown, and that works too. Six four suited for Stephen. Under the gun, playing with 6 big blinds now. Not loving life at all, getting dealt 6 high, but what can you do? Ace jack suited for Marcin. Again, he's picking up a few nice hands as well. Opens into David's big blind again. David with the 9-7 off this time, facing the 3x. Yeah, I think off this stack size, this is a bit more of a reasonable fold. Wouldn't hate to defend. Marcin's been opening every single small blind so far when given the opportunity, and we have a pretty playable hand that's not dominated too often. We're in position. Don't mind peeling one off, but don't hate folding either. It's one of those ones definitely in the middle. Jack 3 off for Laszlo. Probably not. Nine seven off in the muck. 8 off in the go off. In the muck. 5's on the button. Not in the muck. An 8 playing like a 30 big blind. Effective stack as well with the small blind slightly less than 30. And big blind has kind of 5 bigs or something. King 10 suited in the small blind. 31 bigs. Whoa, wow, 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 wow. So tight. This would be like a fine jam, that hand. So much fold equity against a wide range on the button that's just going to be opening like pure ace-x and then folding all of them to a jam. His cool range versus the jam would be so tight, but at least like V pipping would just crush so much of the range. King 10 suited is really, really tight there. Yeah, I wouldn't be folding that one. I'd be free betting personally, trying to isolate the big blind. Pocket threes at risk for Steven. Marching, flopping. Matus, sorry, been calling the wrong name. Matus. Matus flops the set, but Steven turns the flush with the 3 of hearts. Matus needs the board to pair now. Only a small pot. He's only put 5 big blinds in, so he's not going to be too heartbroken, but still a bit frustrating. Steven, open it, stays clean. Oof, doesn't. 4 on the river. Matus fills up, makes full house. Steven eliminated there in 6th place. 9,085 euros for his troubles. Not a bad return on investment for 170 euros. Not bad at all. Everybody now guaranteed 5 figures, 12,265 euros for 5th, 54,985 euros for 1st. Massive amounts of money. Matus chip leader now, overtaken Dylan. But still, pretty close, not much in it. 25 million, 23 million. Short stack now, Martin with 27 big blinds, so not particularly short by any means, and a lot of play 5-handed, so I expect this 5-handed could last a little while, which would be fun. Could definitely be some interesting hands, for sure. King 4 off for Martin, no, that's not an interesting hand. Queen 8 suited for Matus in the cut-off. It's going to be opening. Big one to open. King 9 suited on the button for David. Would like to see a peel here or a 3-bet. Does go for the peel. We're off to a flop heads up, and pretty nice flop for David. Flops the nut flush draw. Not going to be loving that it's ace high. Obviously, he's going to be thinking that Matus has an ace a decent amount of the time, but he's actually ahead with king high at the moment as well. So got most of the equity in this hand. Although Matus could win this one with some timely aggression, but he's been more of a kind of bet flop and then give up type of guy, so I think we could see David win the spot. C-bet gets called. 5 of spades on the turn. Not going to be much 4x in either player's range, really. I mean, pocket 4s, ace 4 suited. That's really it. Both of them could have it, potentially. But not very many combos out of the overall range. Matus not going to be repping a whole lot if he wants to continue barreling here, so even pretty much all of his ace-x is going to want to check. Even his 2 pairs are going to want to start checking a decent amount. Yeah, I don't think better makes very much sense, but it looks like he's going for it. Don't really know what he's attempting to get to fold here. You really just be targeting something like ace-8 suited or or something, because David could also have pocket fives. He can have potentially threes and deuces. He can have ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited himself. He can have ace-queen, ace-jack, maybe even aces sometimes. So there's not much that calls the flop and then folds the turn. All of his flush draws, you're not putting very much pressure on his flush draws with this sizing, 1.8 million into 3.2 million. It's like David getting a pretty nice price, 2.5 to 1. A little over. So I think he's just going to continue this one. Nut flush draw as well. It's not like he's got a flush draw that can be dominated. So. Does elect to let it go. Matthews does get it done with a nice bluff. Ulreed just knew he was going to fold the nut flush draw on the turn, getting a good price in position with some implied odds on an ace-high board. Sometimes you just know. So down to just 5, 2011 runners started this tournament. Absolutely a ginormous field, but we're down to the last 5. Matthews knocking it up to 600k, king 3 suited and hijack. A6 off in the big blind. Seems like a reasonable defend versus one of the chip leaders, or the chip leader. He's going to be opening hands a lot worse than ace high, so I think defending a solid ace like a6 is pretty mandatory. No super short stacks either. I think even a shove would be pretty reasonable, to be completely honest. We get better ace highs to fold, we get a super wide range to just fold a bunch, and we're blocking the top of the range that calls, so we have equity when we do get called. It would be nice to have a little bit more equity, that's the only thing. Check, bet, call. King 3 of spades, still the best hand at the moment with the top pair. A6, second pair, still got that overcard, but this is probably going to be a double barrel for Matters. The king going to be the best hand a lot of the time. There's a lot of straight draws. There's hands that can be pair and a flush draw now. 6x and 4x can both have turn clubs. We do obviously lose to some king x, but it is what it is. There's more than enough hands to get value from. Matus goes 1.6 million. Shows the 3 of spades, I think. Trying to perhaps give himself a bit of an image, maybe. Oh, look at me, I'm bluffing. Show the bluff then. Show the whole bluff. Sixes now for Matus under the gun. Finding a steady flow of openable hands. That's for sure. They're almost 100 bigs.
Tak, nie wiem czy nie 80 masz. Blisko.
Ace King for Laszlo. On the button, he bumps it up to 1.9 million, it looks like. 2.5 million. Massive. Mahusive. The over 4x 3-bet in position. Very often an Ace King type holding, because hands like Aces, Kings and Queens, they feel like a stronger hand that doesn't need to go so small. It doesn't need to go so big because it kind of wants hands to peel, but the more recreational players tend to go bigger with their Ace Kings because they just rather get a fold pre-flop and don't want to make it too difficult for themselves. So Matus probably knows that that's going to be Ace King a lot, but still there's not much you can do about it with sixes. You can peel and then play aggressively on flops that don't contain Ace King, but you have to be pretty trusting in your read. Though personally I am pretty trusting in that read. It's nice to see get confirmed, but yeah. Laszlo not taking any nonsense, just big strong bets, getting it done. Getting a little bit of stream glitch. Apologies, so I'm just kind of jumping between knowing when to talk and not knowing when to talk. I don't know if you can even hear what I'm saying when it pauses. I don't know if it's glitching for you guys, but Seven, 8 off for Matus in the big blind. Makes a pretty solid defend. I like to do this. Dylan didn't make this defend earlier, but nice to see Matus making it. I think this is a solid defend. Goes check on the queen high flop. Both players with the 8. Martin turns 2 pair. Little does Matus know he's drawing dead. 8 would be interesting, or a 7, but it's a 5 of spades. Not super interesting. Matus just going to fold this one, I think. Fold or maybe potentially turn his hand into a bluff, but I think he's going to want a spade of some kind to do that. Just to helps you keep your frequencies in line, plus blocking hands that your opponent could potentially call with. Like if you have the king of spades, you block flushes and good bluff catches that contain the king of spades. So 2 birds with 1 stone really. Yeah, I think we just fold the river there. There's not enough that we beat. Bluffs usually just tend to bet the flop. People tend to just c-bet the flop if they've got air. So when it goes check, it's very, very rarely going to be a bluff by the river. Queen deuce off for Martin in the cutoff. Not going to be in for that one. Dylan on the button. King deuce off. Goes for the raise. I think the deuce is a bit weak. We can open a lot of king x for sure offsuit, but do have the chip leader in the small blind. The deuce is blocking a lot of like auto folds from both blinds, so it's not amazing. We're not loving it, but not super playable post flop. David making the defend with the 6-5 off. I think there's probably an argument for folding. But not dominated super often. Pretty playable hand. In Chip EV it's an easy defend, but things do tighten up considerably with ICM. Dylan betting his bottom pair on the flop just takes it down. The glasses are off. It's getting serious. I've definitely played with Matthews before. I think he is quite a friendly guy. I've chatted to him a few times around Bratislava. He's always comes up and says hello. Been suspicious with the sunglasses on. It was hard to tell, but I was pretty sure. Local, I think. Martin with the pocket threes under the gun. 25 bigs. I think we just fold this one. These pocket pairs, these really weak pocket pairs, are not good steals because they block folds. They don't have any blockers to free bets. They can't call a jam. They can't continue versus a free bet. They're very, very weak playability, even in position post flop. So yeah, probably just folding this one pre-flop. Matthews on the button with 9-6 suited. He's thinking about it. Thinking about perhaps putting in a little cheeky 3-bet. Does go for it. And now Martin in a really just annoying spot, and he's going to end up folding. And because you've got both the chip leaders on your left and your direct left, and on the button, that makes it even less of an open because the chance of you getting 3-bet has just gone up astronomically because both of them are going to be looking for opportunities to 3-bet you. It's literally going to be their strategy. So you don't want to have low cards in your hand. You want good blockers that just block good strong combinations pre-flop and get a lot of folds. Seven six suited for Dylan under the gun. Ace king from Matthews. It's going to be a good spot for him to 3-bet as chip leader versus second in chips as well naturally, so Dylan probably going to assume that there's a decent amount of skullduggery going on when he faces the 3-bet, and he might elect to continue a hand like 7-6 suited. But Matthews actually just goes for the call. Doesn't want to face a 4-bet, I guess, playing this many chips, but I think that shouldn't be a major concern. When you're the chip leader, you should just go for it. Like, just be aggressive when aggression calls for it. Otherwise, if you are looking for lots of spots to 3-bet light pre-flop, but you're not, then you also at the same time stop 3-betting your value, then suddenly you become really super exploitable because you just don't have any strong hands in your 3-betting range. I mean, obviously he's probably going to have aces and kings and stuff, but ace king makes up a good chunk of that strong 3-betting range. Pocket eights for Martin. Just, yeah, easy all in. Folds. Matthews is going to call this one off for sure. And we're flipping. Suddenly, just like that, we got an all in a call. It would have, and if he'd have 3-bet, it wouldn't have gone all in. So if he loses this flip, he's only got himself to blame. If he wins, he's a genius. That's how poker works. And yeah, Dylan didn't fold anything relevant. Don't think we saw any aces or kings folded. 10-9-9, pretty interesting. Some opportunities for Matus, can counterfeit, can obviously hit the ace of the king. There's some straight draws possible on a few turns. That's one of them. Adds the jack and the queen to the outs. 15 outs now. It's got over 30% equity, almost 40% equity. Just basically a coin flip on the turn. Got chunks of money. Queen counterfeited. He's a genius. Confirmed. Unlucky Martin. Eliminated in 5th place. Takes 12,000 and some number of euros for his work. Not bad at all for 170 euros. Well played, sir. Good game. Four-handed now. Matu's pulling out a pretty healthy chip lead. Dylan's still right in there in the mix, but he hasn't had much to work with so far. David back down to about 7 million, 23 big blinds. He's the short stack now. But still not super short. There's room to play. It's all good. Still going to be very interesting. And everybody locked up a decent payday now. 16,000 euros, something along those lines, I think. So not bad, not bad. Jack 3 suited for Matus. Likes to let it go. Could see an open there. Being the chip leader. And the Ace Jack 9, kind of interesting. Second pair for Laszlo and Dylan with the open ender. No spades for either player. Ace high board's going to be favouring Laszlo a decent amount, so I would expect to see a c-bet, but he does strike me as the type of player who would check back second pair. Okay, he does go for the c-bet, gets called, and boom, Dylan turns the absolute nutties on the turn. It's going to be, he's going to probably think it's a really good board for him, that Laszlo is going to be barreling a lot, so definitely checking makes a lot of sense. Let's go check, check. Still going to be some ace-x in that range. I think Laszlo is the type of player who would check a decent amount. Check a decent amount of ace-x back on the turn. And yeah, obviously going to have some strong jack-x as well. And there's also a lot of draws that missed for us. King queens, queen tens, all spades missed. So I would go for a nice big bet. Bet's million by the looks of it. Almost pot size, gets called. Seems pretty reasonable from both. David under the gun now, but obviously four-handed, so really he's the cut-off. Things move fast when you're short-handed, and you're playing a lot more hands than you regularly would. You're in the blinds half of the time. You're on the button 25% of the time, so you're going to be VPing a lot of hands. That's where things get really interesting. David with the Jack 9 suited with the open. Queens for Laszlo. In the cut-off, he comes in with a free bet, looks like 1.7. I think David's just going to end up folding this one though. Jack 9, not really deep enough, not a strong enough hand versus the free bet range. We can be drawing very, very thin indeed versus a pair. We've got okay equity versus ace king and ace queen, but you've got to play 3 streets out of position off a short stack, so you're not going to get to realise your equity very much against somebody who's been quite straightforward as well, so it does make the fold. Ace 2 suited for Matus in the small blind. It's just going to be letting this one go facing the open though. Need a little bit better than that to go for a free bet. I'm all for being wide, but Ace 2 soft, just a bit weak. 10's in a big blind for David though. Playing 20 big blinds. I think shove is going to be the optimal play for 20 bigs. And then Laszlo's just going to probably reluctantly fold his 4s. Yeah, goes it through. Ten deuce off for Matus on the button. Going to just be folding this one. Laszlo in the big blind. David in the small blind. King 9 off. Blinds up to 200k. Oh, it's 100k, 300k. Right, that's why it's 200k to call. Not 200, 300. Goes for the limp. The graphics I'm getting are all over the place, sorry. 1.7 million in the pot, so didn't go for the limp, goes for the open and gets called. 887, 2 clubs. Pretty good flop for both really. I mean, King 9, you're not hating that. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards. King's pretty good. King of clubs, decent. Jack 9, you also got the gut shot, 2 overcards. Backdoor clubs as well. So check bet call. Jack on turn. Laszlo gets there, makes the best hand. David checks again. Laszlo probably going to check this one back, I think. 2 diamonds. I didn't see that. I thought that was diamond heart. Bet makes sense with 2 flush draws for sure. A lot more sense. Even with 1 flush draw, I think betting would be completely fine. But you can incentivize a lot of hands to bluff the river by checking back the turn, I think. David check calling the gut shot and king high on the turn, which I think is quite optimistic. We do beat some flush draws, but having a 9 is not great because we block bluffs. Having a club is not great because we block flush draws. Yeah, we can't really ever improve too much on the river. When we do improve, it's often going to be a diamond or a club 10, or it's going to be another 10. It's going to go check check super often, or Laszlo is going to bet when we are chopping or behind. So I would be folding the turn with this one for sure. Goes check check on the river. David shows king high. No good, sir. Matthews in the cut off / under the gun with the 9-6 off. Goes for the open. He's fidgeting every time. He's not got a very good hand, so I'm going to let him know. Stop being such a tail box. David, all in, facing the open with the Jack 10 off. Just decides that Matthews is going to be opening far too much and it's going to be a profitable shove, and I think that's a good decision, to be honest. I think that's a nice little adjustment to an aggressive chip leader. You just know that the percentage that they actually call it off is not very high at all. We block some jacks, 10s, ace jack, ace 10 that would probably be calling, so that's good at least. Unblock ace king, get it in against ace king, have 40%. Not the end of the world. And just folds, gives a walk with the 10-7 off. Soul read. He was absolutely crushed. I wish we could hear the banter that's going on at the table. There's obviously a little smirk there out of Laszlo, but no microphones at the table, so we don't get to know. It's a mystery. Ace 5 suited for Laszlo. He opens this one up in the cut-off / under the gun. Matthews in the small blind, going for it with the Queen 9 off, putting in the free bet. I think Laszlo's a good person to do it against. He's been the kind of more one of the more ABC players at this final table. But that does mean that his actual opening range in the first place is probably going to be a decent amount tighter. And I don't think David's going to fold this one, knowing how wide Matthews has been with the 3 bets, and he's just been opening and 3 betting a lot, basically every opportunity. Matthew's already shown his dislike for the situation, even though Laszlo's still in the hand. But it's going to go fold, and then, yeah, fold. I mean, I don't think we're even really getting the right price to call. The range that shoves is going to be so strong. It's 3.7 to win 8.2. It's like, we need about 33%, maybe 35 to be safe with ICM, but I just don't think we have anywhere near that with this kind of hand. Yeah, you can see we've got 22% even against 10s, and like 10s is almost one of the best case other than ace king. Yeah, let's just let it go. Nice chip up there for David. He'll be pretty happy to get folded, I think. Like, he won't mind just not flipping for it and effectively doubling up. Ace 7 off for Dylan under the gun. Slash cut off. He's going for the fold. I guess he just thinks that Matthews is going to potentially 3-bet him every hand. But I think he needs to get in there a little bit more, especially with an ace, a strong ace four-handed. You can't fold all your hands. Ace is going to just be the best hand four-handed so often. Ace 7, like, that's going to be the best hand dealt out of 4 people so often. Jack 9 off for David now on the button. Matthews lets one go for once, so David gets the opportunity to be in first. He goes for the limp. Laszlo completes the small blind with the ace 7 off. Ace 4 off in the big blind for Dylan. I think he's just going to check this one back. And 9 deuce. David flopping the best of it. Nothing really for the other guys, so this one's probably just going to go small bet, fold, fold. And David's going to take it down. Not been that many real monsters at the final table. Dylan had kings. That was about it really, wasn't it? A couple of ace kings here and there. King 3 suited for David in the calf. With one of the tighter players on the button as well, I think opening this would be pretty reasonable. Ace 5 off for Dylan in the small blind, lets it go. Mattis in the big blind with the 5-4. Oh, sorry, in the big blind. David's under the gun there. I think go 5-4 off, we can go either way really. It does interact pretty well on those low wheel ace high boards with the opens. And you don't tend to get into too much trouble, not that dominated very often, so, and with the chip leader, going to be some good opportunities to apply pressure post flop, so I think defending is pretty fine. Not much for either guy. See how David decides to continue. Goes check check on the flop, queen on the turn, doesn't change anything. Matthews just comes out swinging with the 5 high on the queen turn. David's going to have a lot of natural defends here on the turn with king jacks, jack 9s, ace jack, ace kings, a lot of queen x, even some 6x at check back. Potentially a tricky 10 here and there, some flush draws too. So it's quite a bold bet from Matthews, but he has run into a combo that's just going to get folded. David really thinking about it though. Doesn't want to let king high go. Suspicious that he has the best hand. Eventually does make the fold though. Matus adds to his chip lead. Laszlo with the fold. Button for Dylan. Queen 7 off, he folds. Matus in the small blind with 8-5 off. Likes an open first in, blind versus blind, but it goes for a limp this time. David in the big blind. In 27 bigs. A6 suited. Definitely going to want to at least raise here. If we were a bit shorter, then shoving would be an option, but a bit too deep for that, so goes for the ISO to 1.1 million by the look of it. Like the sizing. Does get the fold, nicely done. Guys, we're on break by the looks of it. Oh no, dealer change. Dealer change. Chip dealer there, Matus still 33 million, 23 million for Dylan in the second. David the short stack, still 21 bigs though. Blinds up now. 200k, 400k. 400k big blind ante. Ace 3 for Matus on the button. Going to be opening all day long. Makes it 1 mil. 2.5xing it now. Laszlo, the king 4 suited in the big blind, should be defending. Queen 8, 2 diamonds. Quite a lot of queen X in both players' range. A lot of flush draws for both guys. Some 8x in both ranges. But I would expect to see bet on the flop from Matus. Ace high just going to be the best hand a lot of the time, and denying equity to all those kind of middle hands is really, really beneficial for us. But it's going to end up being a chop. Full house runs out on the board. We might see some sort of deal at some stage. Often these tournaments do end in a deal. King Queen off for Matus. In the cut off he makes it 1 million again. David on the button. What we got? Got the 7-8 suited, playing 20 bigs. I don't hate the call, but our hand is probably just a bit weaker, and I think we should end up letting it go at this kind of stat depth, especially facing a larger open. Makes it a little bit less inviting. We're basically, even if he is opening wide, 7-8 is never really the best hand, and it can make it difficult post flop. But we flop an 8. Going to be the best hand decent amount of time, and then this is realistically a lot of the boards you're going to get. Second pair with a backdoor flush draw, or second pair without a backdoor flush draw, open ender or a gut shot with these types of hands. So ace 8 deuce pretty good as far as flops go. Going to be, obviously we know that Matus's range is a lot wider than just ace x and stuff like that pre-flop. He's going to be opening all sorts. So and he goes for the c-bet. We've seen him c-bet every single board out of position so far, which overall is going to be a bit of a leak. It does leave you at a big disadvantage to keep doing that, leaving yourself open to a variety of ways to lose hands. Especially with a hand as good as King Queen on an A-side board, you just have the best hand a lot of the time. Oof, King on the turn improves Mattis to the best hand, but David picks up the flush draw to go along with his second pair, so still has a reasonable number of outs, 12 outs, 30% equity. Don't think there's any reason to start betting. The 8 can just be the best hand. We don't really need to bloat the pot. I mean, we can get a bit of protection maybe against a hand like Queen Jack, but that's very, very marginal when it could also just come the 10 of spades or the Queen of spades or whatever, and we get a bit of extra value. So I don't think there's much merit in betting personally, but we are going for it. Kind of turning your hand to a bluff at this stage when you don't need to, because you've got so much equity, and if you were to get check jammed on here, it's an absolute disaster, because you could fold a hand that could potentially become the best hand against a hand like aces or kings or ace king, ace deuce, ace 8. You know, you could make the best hand against these hands should you just check. And the SPR is already pretty low, so yeah, I'd be checking this one, definitely. Matthews does just set him in. Says doesn't think he has ace-x very often. Thinks king's probably the best hand enough for the time. We call it off with the 7-8 suited. Now we're in a world of pain when we could have just checked and got to realize equity for free. If the river here's a brick, like this is I mean, it's a disaster already for us. Really, really not a good situation to be in. We've set ourselves up for a sad, disappointing exit here. Unless we can hit the 8, 7 or spade. Five of hearts on the river. That is it. End of David's journey. 4th place. He is going to take home an amount that we will find out any second now. It's around 16,000 euros, something like that, I think. And Matus adds another few big blinds to his healthy chip lead. Absolutely crushing it now with 43 mil. And we are down to 3 players. Laszlo and Dylan both been pretty tight actually during this final table, and it's got them to free-handed. They both had the stacks to just kind of weather the storm a bit. There was a lot of action around them. 16,075 euros for David for that 4th place finish. Commiserations, well played. Good game. And there we have it, 3-handed. Matus with a massive chip lead now, got pretty much double Dylan's stack, and Laszlo down at the bottom, but shortest stack, 35 big blinds. That can change things very quickly. If Laszlo was to double up off Matus, he'd be the chip leader. So all very, very close. Same stacks, it is what it is. It can be a very fun ride 3-handed, so we'll see what we got. Full suited for Dylan in the small blind, facing the button open. I think we're probably just going to be letting this one go. Goes for the call. I think our hand's probably a little bit too weak to call 6 high. And we also can get squeezed by the chip lead in the big blind. Even if the big blind just defends in position, we're in a pretty unfavourable spot out of position post flop. And we just don't connect with enough boards. King 5-3 though, decent. We can flop an open ender and backdoor flush draw, and it's going to be a very disguised hand if we do end up making a straight. And it goes check, bet call, or no, check by the looks of it. Pot is check size. Laszlo for some reason just electing not to bet his top pair on the flop on a board that's really good for him. Don't really understand that one. Dylan just goes for the small bet, trying to get something like Queen Jack or Jack 10, 10-9 even to fold, and just trying to kind of slightly inflate the pot, just in case he does end up making the best hand on the river, which I think is a reasonable play as well. And then just elects to check the river. I think once Laszlo calls the turn, there's not really going to be very much that we end up beating or getting to fold with a bluff on the river. So, sorry, not beating, obviously we don't beat anything with 6 high, but yeah, there's not anything we get to fold with a bluff on the river. So, two just check, and Laszlo takes that one down. Seems reasonable. I just fold the 6-4 suited pre personally. Jack 10 off on the button for Dylan. Makes the open. So far so good. Matters in the small blind. What we got? We 9 off. We know he loves a 3-bet. And 3-bet he shall. It's like 2.8 million or something along those lines. 3.2 maybe. 2.8. A little on the small side. You're giving the button a good price to peel. A lot of stuff in position. I would personally probably be close to peeling Jack 10 off when you just know that they're free betting far too much. Jack 10 becomes relatively playable, especially deep stacked in position. Just having that read, even against the value range, is not doing completely terribly. I mean, obviously it's not great, but small size, very small size, so. Jack suited now on the button for Matus, showing his cards to the camera as he puts them on his box. Ace-8 suited in the small blind for Laszlo, playing 40 bigs. Call or raise? Choose your poison. Goes for the call. A little folding the Ace-6 off. Also relatively tight, but when Laszlo peels out the small blind, it's not going to be the best. So I still think I'm probably defending that one, just because of how wide Matus is opening. Then 6-4-2 clubs, Laszlo flopping the nut flush draw. Not much for Matus, but does have 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Not a total nothing, but C-bet makes sense for our whole range really on a board like this. on the against the small blind. Matters goes for a small bet. Quarter pot. Laszlo deciding what to do with his hand. Makes it 2.7 million. Matus getting a count. Laszlo obviously just going to have to call this one off should Matus decide to jam. But I think that's very unlikely. Obviously with this exact hand. Even peeling is out of the question really. Just to tap the table and onto the next hand. Getting a bit Hollywoody now. We got King Jack with 2 diamonds on a 10 high board with 2 clubs and no diamonds, facing a check raise. And we're 3-betting the flop for some reason to 6.2 million. And we get shoved on by Laszlo, rightly so. This is just a bit very button clicky, this hand. It doesn't make any sense. And now it makes me frustrated when I see stuff like this on stream where you're just wasting people's time now. You're wasting 2 other people's time, you're wasting the dealer's time. Like, you got king high, you know you're never calling, you realise that you've just dusted it. So just fold. Save everybody. It's kind of disrespectful, I think, to waste time in spots like this, personally. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's all part of the game, but I don't think it should be. I think this is just such a trivial decision. It's not even a decision. It's just the easiest fold ever. You got King Jack of diamonds. Nice. Eventually, we get there. Drunk with power. Seen it before a million times. You get a chip lead and you just cannot resist trying to win every single hand. But it comes back to bite you. You cannot win every hand in this game. You just can't, because people make good hands. That's the law of poker. You simply don't get to just win all the hands. The real skill is in playing well all the time. Every spot. Play well. Not ever losing it. Not stepping out. Dylan not getting dealt much at all so far at the final table. Still got 50 bigs though. Crazy how this final table has gone from 8 to 3 in, what, 2 levels basically. We played hardly any 200k, we played 250k and 300k, and just started 400k and there's 3 people left. That's pretty crazy. That's very, very fast progress. That's why the average stack is so deep. There was a few questionable bust outs, so that definitely adds to things. 7 deuce suited in the small blind for Matus. He pops it up to 1.1 mil. Laszlo defends the jack 8 off. King 5, 3-2 clubs, decent flop for Matus. King high is going to favour his range decently. There is going to be a lot of king high in Laszlo's range too, but obviously we do actually have the flush draw as well. Jack 8 just going to get folded. So Matus wins that one. Takes a few chips back off Laszlo, but chips that he shouldn't have in the first place. There's your remaining payouts, 21,800 euros, everybody locked up right now. 33k for second and 55k for first, massive. Pocket 8s now for Matus on the button. Ace 6 off for Laszlo in the small blind. He's going to go for the 3-bet. This could be an interesting pot. 50 big blinds deep. Interesting to see how Matus decides to continue with this one. I think call and 4-bet are both reasonable free-handed, but I think call is going to be most likely. Matus does just go for the call. And 5-4, 2 spades. Pretty good flop for pocket 8s. So Laszlo doing a spade check, but he's going to be disappointed. No spades here, buddy. Goes for the c-bet 1.9 mil. Pretty standard continue for Matus. No reason to fold just yet. King on the turn, a really good card for Laszlo's range. He's going to have a lot of ace-king, some king-queen suited pre-flop, king-queen off even potentially, maybe down to king-jack. Going to have like ace-queen, ace-jack a bit, so it's going to be a tricky spot for Matus facing a barrel. King's one of the worst cards, king and ace really, really bad. So good that Laszlo's going for the second barrel. I think that's mandatory on this board with this hand. In this spot, Matus with the decision with the pocket 8s. Let's just let it go. Laszlo takes a nice one. Well played. Queen 3 off for Laszlo on the button. That's annoying. He's shipped up very nicely, sitting second in chips now. Picking his spots nicely. Dylan just really getting a cold deck so far. Definitely feel for him, but then he's laddered to third. He's got 21k locked up. It's not all bad. Could be worse. Limps to 9 deuce off. I think maybe that's a little bit of a frustration limp. Definitely just want to be folding that one pre. We go check on the flop. Matthews picks up pair on the turn. Dylan going to be stabbing right into it. We bet one big blind on turn, get called, and then go for the big bluff on the river. Just trying to get anything to fold really. Spades, king highs, queen highs, perhaps a jack sometimes, but seems pretty unlikely. But yeah, a lot of just like king highs and spades, just getting anything to fold when we got 9 high. It's it's fine. I mean, it's a completely fine bet. It's just unlucky to run into it here. Mantu's obviously raising with the nutties. The effective nuts. Just going to be a quick fold. Dylan just for some reason loses his mind. Bluffs it off with 9 high. I don't know what we're watching here, guys. But that was an absolute punterino. Don't know what to say about that hand. That was very, very, very optimistic indeed.
My potrebujem background spraviť a
We're back now for the heads up battle. After that untimely exit from Dylan, just briefly lost his mind. Out in third place for €21,795, and now we're heads up. Laszlo with 69 bigs, playing Matus with 131 bigs, so almost a 2-to-1 chip lead. Blinds 200k, 400k, and potentially they're discussing a deal or something of that nature, or Susanna's just letting them know if they would like to, etc, etc. There's the remaining payouts. Big pay jump. 21k difference between second and first place. 21k difference. Third place money difference between first and second for a €170 tournament. You're playing heads up for over 100 buy-ins. Like 130 buy-ins or something. It's wild. Wild, wild, wild. Not sure if they're looking at numbers or something. It looks like they potentially are, seeing as we're not playing. I've been told that they haven't made a deal though.
Ja, že už to vyratávaš. 9,000, 9,000 watt. 22,000. Too much. 9,000.
Guys back in their seats now, so perhaps we're about to get started. I'm pretty sure deal hasn't been done, so should be playing it out, at least for now. More tournaments coming up at Banco in the near future. Some good stuff. So if you're in the surrounding area, or if you want to make your way to the surrounding area, you definitely should. I will let you know any second now what's coming up. So we got the Spade Poker Tour main event. That's actually at the Grand Casino Liechtenstein on the 7th to the 11th of September. That's a 150,000 Swiss franc guarantee, 350 Swiss franc buy-in. So that's the Spade Poker Tour main event. Then there are some tournaments coming up at Banco. There's the Swedish, it's called Poker SM Live Poker event. It's a Swedish event. There are some tournaments at that event that are Swedish only players, but a lot of it is open to everybody, and the main event I believe is like a 200k guarantee or something like that. 200 or 300k. Please don't quote me on that. When I get the exact numbers, I'll let you know. Polish Poker Cup 100k guaranteed main event. That's a €100 buy, and that's coming up at Banco Casino in Kosice, which is another city across Slovakia. Then there's the festival, 500k guaranteed festival. That's coming up March next year, which is going to be massive. €500 buy-in with a 500k guaranteed main event, absolutely massive. They ran that once last October, and it was huge, and I expect it to be huge again. So that one's going to be really, really good. Make sure you get down there. But there's always something good on at Banco. Just check the website for tournaments and schedules and the like. Not sure what we're waiting for. Apologies for the delay. Not sure. Don't know what we're waiting for. Apologies for the delay. They're both there, and they've both been there for like 10 minutes now, so I don't really know what we can be waiting for if they're not doing a deal. Apparently I think they were discussing a deal then at this stage, because obviously we're on a little bit of a delay. I think they were discussing a deal, but decided not to in the end.
Kalkulačka zhorela asi. Ale však skipli level, tak... Stek je 100 blinder, to nebolo, ako som ho vystrelil, 100 som zobral, ten mi plafon dal veľa. Máslo komárom, derej ne?
These are the actual prices for the moment. So your actual price quote is 7,400. 10%.
Hopefully they should be done with their negotiations any second.
You will 35,300. It's okay. For me it's okay. This is for me, it's okay.
Yeah, you deal?
No? Okay, 22. Play, game. Čo chcú tam? 1000 navyše? Čo už? 1000
I wonder why they didn't agree to do a deal. Perhaps they both wanted more.
Okay, so once 400 big blind and here to
But we're finally playing now, so that's fun. Mattis in the big blind elects to defend versus the min raise. Can't see the hand on the scanner. Laszlo with the 9-5 of spades got some faint backdoors. Takes it down with the c-bet. Mattis had the king 4-0. Heads up, such a fun game type as well. You don't get to play very often, especially in a tournament style, so nice to enjoy it while it lasts. Queen 3 suited. Folding in the big blind, heads up. That's gonna be a type from me, dog. No, but seriously, you can't go about folding there. Mattis will get to absolutely run you over if you just fold your big blind that easily. Queen 3 suited is like premium hand, heads up. I'm 5 suited in the big blind for Mattis, gets him a walk. Laszlo lets the 8-3 off go, seems reasonable this time. Eight 6 off in the button for Mattis. Mattis does go for the bet. The graphics are just a bit slow at catching up, so it's really hard for me to say what's going on when the camera's not on the action, and then yeah, freeze 2 seconds after that, so apologies for my delay, but I kind of have to see what's actually happening with my own eyes before I can say it. And looks like Mattis bet the flop. Laszlo's called, and now Laszlo's leading small on the turn with his flush draw. Mattis has picked up an open ender, and he's going for the raise to 2.8 mil. Laszlo gonna just call, and Mattis has the best hand with 8 high. Five of diamonds? Ace of diamonds. Laszlo makes the best hand on the river, improves to a flush. Mattis has an 8 of diamonds in his hand. But this is a really bad river for him. So it likes to just fold facing that. The thing is I think a queen is going to be good enough to value bet the river facing a check. Where if you're Laszlo, you want to just check your flush because you know that Matus is quite a clicky, aggressive player, so you want to give him rope to continue bluffing if he was bluffing, but also just to value bet too thinly with his queen X and stuff like that, and potentially win some more chips that way. But does elect for the lead and takes it down against 8 high. King 2 offsuit for Laszlo on the button. Where did we get to then? Just opens the queen deuce on the button. Laszlo in the big blind with ace king. We'll see the 3-bet. We get something like 4.5 million. It's 5 million. It's a good sizing. Gets the fold from Matus. Relatively close. Laszlo drawing it a little closer. Won a couple of hands so far. Could be a long battle though. We are pretty deep, like 80 big blinds effective. Heads up match for 20k. Nine 8 off for Laszlo on the button. Matus defends the 6 deuce suited. Seems fine. Interesting. Bottom pair for Matus and the absolute joint for Laszlo. Flops are straight. Just gonna check, make sure, yep, 8 9 straight, 6 7 8 9 10. Cool. I'm gonna bet it. Even got a diamond. No diamond for Matus, but he's definitely not going to be folding a 6 just yet. So we can potentially see a 6 or a deuce for some action. Oh baby, this could literally be it. Like 2 pair heads up is a very very strong hand, and it's going to be one that Matus wants to put quite a lot of money in with. Facing a lot of top pairs, flush draws, over pairs. So this could get really interesting. Let's see what happens. Laszlo makes it 2.4 million into 3.6. Matus just calling. 8 on the river, action killer. Really, really unfortunate river there for Laszlo. He could have won an absolutely huge pot. Very, very unlucky river. Goes for chunky bet, 6.2 mil on the river. 7.2 million, sorry. Almost pot size. Tough spot for Matus. But he does make the good disciplined fold. Really, really unfortunate river for Laszlo there. Really, really unfortunate. Almost 100 big blinds deep. King 5 off for Matus on the button. Ace-8 for Laszlo in the big blind. Guess he's just gonna... Oh, he checks it back. I was expecting an ISO, to be honest. Heads up. Snap bet, snap call. Open ender versus gut shot. Open ender versus open ender now. Check, check. 9 on the river, changes nothing. Ace high still the best hand. Goes check, check. Laszlo takes another one. Six five off for Laszlo. He just completes on the button. Slash small blind. Matus in the big blind with ace-8 off. Goes for the ISO. And gets the fold. So Laszlo is definitely playing on the tighter side. Even being in position. Super important, just being in position heads up. You can't fold too many of your buttons. So yeah, on the tighter side, that's for sure. King 3 suited for Matus. Raises it up, the 3x to 1.2 mil. Laszlo defends his ace-3 off, domination. Got the ace of hearts too. But Matos flops best. Top pair, backdoor flush draw. Nothing for Laszlo, so could just be a quick bet check, bet fold type deal. Don't think Laszlo has much reason to float ace high there. Laszlo opening up the button with a hand that we do not yet know. Matus in the big blind, the king 5 suited. Definitely going to be v-pipping this one way or another. Goes for free bet to 2.1 mil. We don't know what Laszlo has still. Very small free bet, open to 900k, free bet to 2.1, so not really getting Laszlo to fold much at all, especially in position. We definitely want to be going bigger with our 3 bets out of position than that. Could be the ace's size, but we know it's not because he's got king 5 suited. Flops, another nice flop, king high, top pair. Laszlo cutting out a raise by the looks of it. This could get spicy. $3.3 mil, just basically a min race. As Matos makes the call, off to a turn. Jack of hearts on a turn, that doesn't change too much. Not really interacting with much of the flop range. Laszlo coming out swinging though. 7 mil. Pretty big pot brewing here. Really interesting to know what Laszlo has. If we get to know, we might not. But going to be an interesting spot for Mattis on the river if should he face a jam. I don't know what's going on. Don't know what Laszlo's done. We've got the camera on Mattis as if he's facing an all-in. But no more information than that, so cool. Perhaps facing a check. Yeah, was facing a check, I guess. It could be that Laszlo has some kind of king. Doesn't love the river, but potentially not going to be folding. So it could be that Matus is value owning himself here. I do think with this sizing, this is very thin. With a king, we're just like, because there's not really anything worse that calls a big size unless he's somehow check raised some weird kind of jack. So yeah, I think this is Laszlo's going to have the best hand here the majority of the time. Looks like some kind of okay set 4 as well. Very strong hand. Just went for the kind of river mergy check, and potentially even got the max. Like if maybe if he jams, Matus just folds or something. But Matus just decided he has the best hand versus check, even though it's not a very good river to value bet because like this, Laszlo can easily just be checking a strong hand on the river that was value like 4-3, king 4. That's pocket 4s, obviously pocket 3s, that is just worried about the backdoor flush completing. If he had a hand like pocket 4s with no heart, king 3 with no hearts, whatever, he's just decided to play it a little bit cautiously with a non-nut strong hand and got the job done nicely there. Massive chunk taken out of Matus's stack there. Matus probably wondering why he didn't do a deal now. If it was him that said no, it might not have been, but Laszlo with an absolute monster chip lead now. Matus just down to around 30 bigs, 32 bigs. Laszlo ISOing very large against the limp with the ace-8 off, but Matus has found jacks. So it could be an all-in cool situation. I think if he shoves, Laszlo's going to have a hard time folding. But he's just gone for the limp raise instead, 4 mil. Laszlo pondering his decision. I think appeal is kind of reasonable versus somebody I perceive to be a bit clicky and potentially tilted after losing a very big pot as well. Ace is going to be good a lot of the time. We're blocking some of the kind of traps that play this way, so don't hate a call. Don't really know what our other options are, to be honest. Shoving seems very excessive. Folding seems, I don't know, a bit tight against such a small size. But Laszlo does make a very disciplined fold, and he's folding against a very strong hand, so very nicely done for him. I'll probably be losing some chips back there. Laszlo just looking for a really good spot to get it done. Doesn't want to kind of put chips in where he's not confident he has the best hand. Which he's worked out very well for him this final table. I mean, we're here with a big chip lead heads up after I've said he's been a bit on the tight side a few times, so can't really fault it. Queen 9 off now for Laszlo on the button. He's probably going to be opening this one. Does make it 900. Matters in the big blind. Got the aces. Back-to-back monsters. Laszlo looking a bit bemused as if he's like, maybe he's just free betting me every single time. Maybe I shouldn't have folded ace 8, don't really know. Can be tricky when people are putting it on you a lot and you've seen him be very aggressive the whole final table, but obviously they are going to get, even the most aggressive player is going to get good hands. It's the same amount of time you're going to get a good hand, same number of times you're going to get a good hand, so another disciplined fold. I mean, queen 9 off, it's queen 9 off, it's whatever, we're folding that one anyway, but in the moment it can feel like being very disciplined. Matthews limps Jack 7 off in the small blind / button. Laszlo checks his option, the 8-5. Both. Stream just keeps freezing for me, guys, I'm sorry. This is really annoying coverage, but it's just very glitchy for me, and I can only really talk about what I see, and half the time the graphics aren't there either. Matthews going for stab with his top pair and gut shot. Laszlo calls with his bottom pair. No further equity. Deuce on a turn doesn't change anything. Laszlo probably just going to be folding now. Ooh, I'm back now. I got a little, had to restart the system there. To get the stream back, seems to be a bit better now, but it just completely froze on me, so I must have missed a couple of hands. Looks like Laszlo has just won a nice pot there with ace king. Didn't see what happened, but it looked like Matters had decent equity there on the flop, so it'd be interesting to see what happened in that hand, but unfortunately I missed that one. Laszlo lets the 8-3 off go. Seems like a reasonable decision to me. Matus on the button this time. Small blind. Ace jack suited. Still picking up a bunch of monsters heads up. See if Laszlo's got anything to play with. Matus doing a lot of limping as well, which I'm not a huge fan of, because you're just letting Laszlo realise a bunch of equity out of position. He's not a super aggressive player, so you're just letting him realise equity for free. For no reason really, when you should be trying to just build pots and win them in position. Matus checks back his top pair and that flush draw, which I think is kind of reasonable. Laszlo goes for the check second time with his 8, and 6 of diamonds on the river gives Matus the nuts. Laszlo still just with that showdown value, don't think he's going to really want to be putting too much money in. He might try and bluff catch here on the river though. Has been pretty wise to it so far though, and hasn't really stepped out of line or been caught by value very much. He's made a lot of nice disciplined folds, so yeah, makes another one. Nicely done. Very nicely done. Looks like another break. Perhaps discussing numbers again for the second time? Not sure. Be right back. We're back. The return of the heads up battle. Not sure why we had a bit of an extended break there in the middle, but we're back now. Straight back in at 200k, 500k blinds now. So Matusz is the effective stack, playing just under 40 bigs, so still plenty of depth. Matusz flopping second pair here with his 8-4. Now the big blind goes check on the flop. Got shot on the turn for Laszlo. Bet and call. Matusz getting some value from his 8. Don't know, didn't even get to see what happened there on the river, but it looks like Laszlo won the pot somehow. And 7 off on the button for Matusz. Goes for 2.5x. That's what folds the 6-3. What a cooler. Zeus gets a walk that one. In 4 suited for Matusz on the small blind. Slash a button. Goes for the limp. Not really sure what the strategy is so far for Matusz, just seems to be a little bit random. Check to the turn. Queen high is still the best hand for Matusz at the moment. Maybe he figures that's part of the equation for winning this hand. Does just win. Takes it down, queen high. Ace King for Laszlo on the button. He goes for the 2.5x. Matthews in the big blind. Queen 6 off, goes for the defend. He's got his suits crushed as well. Hard for these two to both smash the boards, but we'll see what we can do. 975 rainbow. Not much for Laszlo, just the gut shot on the overcard for Matthews. Ace King remaining the best hand by the river though. Laszlo scoops another medium-sized pot. Always seems to be more chips in the pot when Laszlo wins them, and that's a good way to put yourself in contention to win a poker tournament. Winning the pots that have the most chips in. Very solid strategy. Queen Jack suited for Matthews on the button / small blind. Very decent hand. Eight deuce off though for Laszlo. Cannot put up a fight with that. Laszlo raising it up on the button with the Queen 7 off. Matthews defends the dominated 7-4 off. And King 9-6, 2 hearts. Laszlo with the c-bet, nothing really Matthews can do with his 7 high no hearts, so Laszlo scoops another one. Slowly and surely eroding Matthews down at the moment. King 5 off for Matthews now on the small blind. Goes just for the limp. Allows Laszlo in with the 9-8 off, just checks it back. Matthews flops bottom pair. And I imagine the flop stab is going to get this one done. Laszlo with the 9-6 suited this time. Matthews does have him dominated with the 9-8 off. Both players pick up a gut shot on the turn. Double gut shot for Laszlo. Can hit the 8 or the 4. Matthews with the best hand, although unlikely to realise his option, his equity. Although Mattis rivers the absolute nuts on the river. Laszlo just rivers a pair, but it goes check check. Another small pot goes Mattis's way. Laszlo just avoiding really putting any chips in, whereas Mattis is splashing around a little in some pots where he doesn't necessarily have an edge in equity or range or anything else. Yeah, 4 off for Mattis now in the small blind. As though still in the driver's seat at the moment. Aces for Laszlo. We've got a massive pre-flop banner now. The massive. We gave feedback on the break that it would be cool to see the action on previous streets. So that's what we're getting there. Here we go. Big pot brewing. Laszlo has the best of it by a long way, but boom. 8 on the turn. Matus improving to top 2 pair. Laszlo obviously still thinking that his aces are the best hand, although he doesn't have a heart. He still just thinks that aces are good enough on this board, and he is right, they should be most of the time, but Matus does have the goods here. See how he decides to continue. Matus does elect to just check shove the turn, trying to get it all in now against a worse queen or an overpair or potentially some hand like the ace of hearts. Fair ace of hearts that was kind of semi-bluffing. But Laszlo is rightly suspicious, knows he's drawing dead against a flush. It's just a case of, does Matus ever shove worse than aces? Does he ever have just a bare queen? Yeah, Laszlo very, very suspicious about this one. Not loving it at all. What's it gonna be, buddy? Looks like the clock has been called. Getting serious now. It's a very, very tough spot for Laszlo for sure. And if he does call and Matos does hold, we're going to be right back in the heads-up battle. Does make the very, very, very disciplined fold really, really hard to fold a hand like that heads up, so very big props to Laszlo there. Keeps a nice big gap between him and Matos, really, really disciplined that. Info offsuit for Matus in the small blind. He calls, and Laszlo in the big blind with the king 9 suited ISOs. Matus makes the fold. Aces now for Laszlo. Again. Didn't go so well for him last time, but see what he can do this time. Opens to 1.2 million. Matos makes the call. And again Matos flopping top pair. If it's a 9 on a turn, I'm calling Banco. And Laszlo goes for the c-bet on the flop, gets called, and does manage to fade the 2-pair on the turn this time. Goes for the 60% pot bet on the turn. Matter's definitely going to be calling again. No reason to be folding the queen just yet. All in again. I don't see Laszlo folding this one though. This one is very different. There's a lot more draws. Nothing really completed on the turn. 3 doesn't change much. There's just not as much to fold to this time. He's not drawing dead against anywhere near as many hands as he was last time. There were more combos of 2-pair available, more possible sets. Flushes were available. We had no heart. This is different. So I don't think it's going to be folding here. It does make the call, and this is it. The tournament life. Only needs to fade a queen or a 9 on the river, and it's all over. Laszlo's played really, really well these last couple of hours, short-handed especially. So happy to see him win this tournament, that's for sure. He's played really, really solid. I think he deserves this win. Made a couple of really nice folds. I think a lot of people wouldn't be able to make. I don't think a deal was ever done either, so this is for the Lottie, 21,000 euros in this river card. It is a brick for Matus, eliminated in second place for 34,000 euros, something like that, 33,000 euros, and there's your winner, Laszlo. Ships it for 55,000 euros off just a €170 buy-in. You cannot find tournaments like this anywhere else in Europe. Absolutely beautiful room, beautiful tournaments, amazing staff, outstanding stuff. Great job, Laszlo. Thank you guys for joining. See you next time for the next final table. Let Laszlo enjoy his time in the sun. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Nie wiem gdzie je. Lajos! Tak, dobra. No, moim. Tam. Dobra, na fotku potem. Ja tu nie rozumiem.
Uno momento foto.
Uno momento foto.